Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iaga, the Orcish Fiddler here. Hope everyone is having a happy 2026 so far, or making the best of it that they can. Excuse me. Give me 1 second, I need to reset some metrics here. And I also need to sneeze. Oh no, mute button. Oh, and I didn't announce on Discord. Okay, the sneeze changed its mind, but I still need to post this on Discord. Hang on. Oh, gosh. Professional streamer. Professional streamer. I know what I'm doing. If I sound a little sleepy, it's probably because I am. I wasn't feeling too good So I ended up getting out of work a little early to try to rest. And I woke up just a little bit ago. And I'm still a little out of it. So we'll see whether or not I stream a full stream tonight, or if I cut out early here as well. We'll just have to see. Okay, there we go. Hey Corgi, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Excuse me. I hope that 2026 is treating you well. Hello, Val. Welcome in. It's good to see you. It's good to see both. How you doing? You're very eepy. Yeah, I hear you. I really did consider either canceling or delaying stream for a little bit, because boy, I sure did want to keep napping. Hope I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there. Hopefully I'm feeling better by the end of stream. I do have a few hours of work that I need to make up. I have evaluations that I want to perform, because I don't want to, like, there's a string of shorter calls, and it's like, I don't want to lose those. Because sometimes we have to go by whatever calls are given to us on a random basis. And having a string of random calls that are short makes life a heck of a lot easier. So I prefer to get those and add to my work towards my deliverables. But yeah, I just didn't have it in me. So we'll have to see what happens. You had to do nuisance tickets today, and that drained you. Oh no. Is that one of those, like, many tickets, but they are little things, so it's a lot of running around kind of thing? So let me know if the volume is okay on everything. The game is a little quiet in my ears. I might have adjusted it, but I thought I adjusted it last week, so I don't recall making any other changes. Let me make sure my main volume control, yeah, it's at 100. I don't know. I'm a professional streamer. I know what I'm doing. Sure I am. Anyway, there were some dropped network frames as well, but it seems like that's stabilized. So I think we're all right there. We need to head to Fort Besselat to prevent a battle between the two armies. That sounds like that's not going to happen. Sorry, it's like everything that we've tried to do in this game, we've failed. So I don't expect that this will happen. We'll find out. It's a repeated ticket that has been resolved in the past, but the person sending them to you doesn't understand that it's fixed, so it's a nuisance, which you had more time to each time it's sent to you. It started with half per hour. Now you're on 2 hours of work now. Okay. Yeah, I understand. I understand that concept. Add more time. Okay. Yeah, I understand that concept. Not that I directly deal with those anymore, but when I was on the phones, yeah, I would get those. In fact, I was, because I was a higher level tech, I actually had to handle commitments and callbacks, so I would be like basically the dedicated agent for a particular case. And if it wasn't solved, then I had to schedule when I would call them back to continue on it. which is great when you got a kind of person who's like, you fix the problem, and then you're like, well, now I want to talk to you about this other thing. And you become their personal tech support person for months. Because you've got one problem, and then it's not solved by the time the call ends. So then you have to call them back, and it's... yeah. They've changed the procedures since then to get us out of such traps. Because customers were kind of abusing it. Not, like, intentionally being abusive, but just, like, refusing to let us go to help other people, you know? But, yay. Oh, we are at Fort Besselat. I'm sorry, I'm not even reading the screen. I'm looking at chat and kind of thinking to myself, you know, what Corgi's doing, the kind of nonsense he's dealing with. Corgi, my hinge is rusty. Well, we fixed it. We ordered. It doesn't make any sound anymore. No, it's making sounds when I open the door. That sound is coming from you. Have you tried shutting up? Are you saying that I'm rusty? Stop opening the door. Exactly. Sit down, shut up, get to work. Exactly. Oh. Dealing with humans. It sure is a time. Oh, right. This was a multi-part battle. Right. Look, Corgi. It's a nuisance encounter. Big Ramza, yes. Oh my god, can you imagine it? It's like Ramzu is suddenly a kaiju. Ooh, I'm gonna bring my dragon, and we're going to be like Godzilla, only, or Gojira, only not actually Gojira, just actually big fucking dragon, and he's going to stomp all over the enemy. Roar! I want to be a big fucking dragon. Or a big fucking orc. I'll take either one. I don't think Kaiju Orc would have the same kind of impact on media as Kaiju Dragon, though. Destroy the financial district and make everyone happy. Okay. But I want to stop for fast food along the way. I say generic fast food because I was going to say McDonald's, but I'm like, I don't know if I want McDonald's. It's like, does Kaiju Dragon me want McDonald's? I don't know. Maybe if it's just chicken nuggets. Dump the humans in the deep fryer and crunch on them. More substantial meal for a dragon kaiju. Or a kaiju dragon. Dragon kaiju or kaiju dragon? Does it matter? I don't know if it matters. Anyway, we need to decide if we want to go through the north wall or the south wall. I don't know that this matters, because it looks like there's a battle in the middle. So we're probably going to end up going there, no matter what. What do y'all think? Should I take the north or should I take the south? Do we go kaiju at the head or do we go kaiju at the rear? Goodness. You never saw this screen? Okay. I wonder if the battle was different. Like, maybe you had to do all of them, or maybe there was, like... maybe it was a progressive scenario, and you did, like, 3 scenarios, but now they decided, well, let's mix it up. So you are also curious. Okay. Well, Corgi, what do you think? Do you think north or south, or should I just roll dice for it? Maybe I'll just roll dice. We'll have to see if Corgi chimes in. I might be calling him out of a lurk. Let's see. I will roll a die, and if it is even, I will do north. If it is odd, I will do south. It is a 1, which is odd. And I said odd will be south, right? So how do you roll a 1 on a d12? Gosh, there's only a 1 in 12 chance of that. Well, let's find out what happens, shall we? Hello, game. Go, Kaiju Ramza. Crush the enemy. Mwahahaha. Okay, what are we working with here? Can I zoom out? Oh, I can. Good. Not the worst terrain in the world, I guess. Okay, he is Gallant Knight. Put
ready.
Raven here.
Ready and
here.
able.
No, don't turn my camera around. Oh, Wolf got Wolf still as chemist. What were we working on? Hang on. Elixir, wasn't it? No, we got Elixir. What are we working on then? Maiden's Kiss? I mean, I guess it's fine for this battle, but we're gonna have to figure out something else for Wolf to do. We might throw him back into White Mage. Maybe. He's got a couple things he can learn, I guess, but... Well, they're not, even those aren't strictly necessary. I think Wolf might be at the point where, like, he's learned what he needs to learn. Excuse me. So he might have, like, all the support things he needs to provide us with support. Although he does get to shoot people with a gun. So, you know, there is that. But I don't know if there's any particular advantage to being Chemist versus being White Mage when you're just using the same abilities.
I am yours to command.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and put
I can't wait.
Drew here. No, not yet. Do I want to have you here? No. Well, actually, yes, I do want to look at your job. Do I got a better sword for you? No. Nope, okay. That's fine. Just because I have a feeling I'm gonna need it. Stop doing that. You've already got Safeguard turned on. You tend to not be in the thick of it. Same for you. Yeah, I don't think you can equip a shield by default. But they tend to target you, so yeah, we'll leave you with that. Okay. Alright, I think we're ready.
It's time.
I wonder why we can't be in that middle square. Oh, okay, Ramza starts there, that's why.
Who are you? How did you breach the fortress?
We just walked through, the door was open. Have you considered closing it?
We come under a white banner with a matter of the utmost urgency.
Do we? Are we carrying one? I didn't see one.
We must meet with Count Orlando at once.
So the Count has visitors. I wager you're the rabble he found to assassinate the Duke. You fools. We hold Orlando in a cell behind these very walls. Not to worry. There's room enough in the dungeons for you and the Count both.
Oh, good. That means we'll be able to talk to him. Right? Oh, fine. You get people along the walls and everything. Oh, ninjas. Great. Oh boy. Throw swords. Ice brand. Yay for e-raise.
You can count on me.
What are you? Oh, you're a thief. Okay.
Come on.
Alright, let's take a look. I love how they just like they let you place Ramsa, but he's not actually gonna go there. So I really should like be mindful of those little tiny gaps that they create, because that means either a guest character is going there or Ramsa's going there. More likely, the latter. All right. You're throwing swords at us, which, hey, if we had that grabby ability, then we would have been able to catch that. Hey, Corgi, welcome back. What am I doing? Status. You've got a couple Kodachis. Child in sleepy bed now? Awesome. I hope they get a good night's sleep. Throw shuriken, bombs, swords, flails, katana, ninja, blades. You just throw everything at us, okay. Why am I doing it that way? I should be doing this way. What's your jump? Vertical jump +2. I don't know. I don't know if jump with daggers hurts as much. I'm a little confused by that. But they can throw lots of things at us. I'm not able to see their inventory, but you know how it is. No. You can... Hey, Kepasagi, welcome in. How you doing today? It's good to see you. Hat, weapon, and accessory. Alright. Almost forgot it was Tuesday. That's okay. I almost didn't get up from my nap. Yeah, I wasn't feeling too good earlier, so I laid down for a bit. And then after stream tonight, I'm gonna have to see if I got it in me to go back to work and get done what I wanted to get done. But yeah, hope that you're having a good 2026. Hope that you're doing all right. Hope that all is well. Excuse me. You have aim. You have aim and steal. Oops. Gosh, so many buttons. Aim +1 and +3. All right. I wonder how that changes things, like if you use aim on a melee attack. Gotten back to working out now that the holidays are over and you are oof. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're working out. I have not yet gotten back into any kind of routine. Excuse me. I probably won't be able to really get back into things until the snow melts. Because then I can go out and go for walks. Unfortunately, my shoulder is not improving any, so I can't get back to lifting. So I've got... Oh, that makes me sad. I've got like these two giant... what are they called? Adjustable dumbbell sets. They're really nice. I paid like $500 for them or something. Pretty hefty investment is what I'm saying, and I don't get to take advantage of them, which makes me sad. That's fine though. What do you do? You're an archer. You've actually got a bow. Arts of War. Oh goody, that means you can rend from a distance. That's not going to be annoying. Oh, you don't have anything equipped on it though. Great. Up to aim 7. Alright. Another archer. Aim, steal, and archer's bane. Okay, well, you can't steal anything even though you've got steel equipped. Aim 10. Alright. What do you all do? You're just sort of hanging out back here. I gotta hit the right buttons here. Helm, shield, weapon, and MP. You don't have any aim. Parry. So we gotta smack you from behind. Why do you have equip heavy armor? You already equip heavy armor. You're weird. There are decisions made, I'll tell you that. You can use items, including Phoenix down. Okay, so you have to go down. We need to make sure you go down so that you don't pick anybody up. You can't actually rend anything. So, this middle guy, what's his name? Kimball? Kimball. I'm so sorry that your parents named you this. You don't have any monk abilities. Rend shield. Okay. So yeah, we just gotta take Kimball out. You will personally force him to go down. Oh? Yeah? That so? Well, we have closer threats to deal with. So we've got Thiefy Thief, and we got Ninja Ninja. So I can't get up here. I also get up there to you, but I'm not too worried about the archer guy. Hello there. $100 damage. Oh. We're noodles. What happened? We're like 6 levels above these people, but we're still we are still noodles. What happened? Why are we noodles? Let's see. 10 physical attack, 10 weapon attack. Nope. What? I'm sorry, what's going on? $11 and 10. Alright. Well, what's your defense? Well, no, defense doesn't matter. There is no defense. Armor just gives hit points. I don't know. Maybe I should use a little time to boost my attack, but I don't know. I wanna get this going. So take that, and yeah, we'll face this way. Oh, good. Reppin gets his turn pretty early. Time to figure out. Great, the camera's gonna be one of these kinds of things. All right. Doesn't hit. I guess we can give this a try, maybe. It's only 3 of them. What is this? CT multiple of 3. That's not going to be too consistent. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have had ramps to go up there. Elevation would have been super useful. You know what, Ramsey? This is fine. We'll just turn you back when we're done. Wow. That was a roaring success. We missed one. Wow. That was powerful. Well done, Reppin. Your partner has the uncanny ability to make you pull off the headset right after every excellent innuendo you make. Look at all those frogs. Yes, aren't they so cute? Let's kill them all. Except for Ramza. Leave him alive. We gotta turn him back. Anyway. Good job, Revan. Alright, gotta think. We had an ability to remove that. No, Ramza had the ability to remove that, so he's gonna have to use an item. Do we have... Oh no. Uh-oh. I might have to use Remedy. Oh, he's too far up there. Hang on. Do I have an ability? Summon ain't gonna do it. I think I needed Ramza for this. I think I needed his martial arts. Yeah, he needed to use purification. He's the only one with martial arts equipped at the moment, so we gotta use an item. You know, I say that I could undo this, but I actually might not be able to undo this without using an item. Okay. Actually, don't you have a... You have white magic, you dum-dum. Let's not risk that, though. I don't... As soon as we'll take a moment to cast, a lot of people are getting their turn. We'll be targeted with this. Will not hit target? What? What? What if you stand here? There we go. Great. That was fun. Let me check my medicine. One moment, please. You know what? I just thought of something. A little bit of a weird thought, so indulge me. Or don't. I'm not your dad. But thinking to people who have, like, interests in transformation, we'll use that word. It kind of makes me wonder, a lot of the transformation people that I see, they like being, you know, bigger, beefier, like werewolves, weremooses, and that kind of thing. I wonder if there's anybody who are kind of like the opposite and wouldn't want to be transformed into, like, a cute little pocket pet. Like, I like being a frog that you can carry around. I will sit on your shoulder and ribbit at people and be cute. I wonder if that's a thing people indulge in. Well, there definitely are? Okay. I have not met anyone such like that personally. I kind of figured there would be somebody. You move at 9. You will take no further questions. Okay. So it's not like before when I was, when the topic of orc feats came up and you called yourself out. It's not like that, huh? I don't even know if that was on this stream or if that was on Ugblets or where we were hanging. That might have been on when something Repin was doing. I don't remember. Oh, only 180 damage? Maybe I should have... No, we'll just go ahead and do it. Run, my little toadies. Run. Ribbit in fear. No, because this isn't pertaining to you. Okay. Well, that's fine then. I will not ask further questions. You know, we're doing slow dance. We don't need to. It doesn't matter if they get their turn. We're gonna clobber the one person that matters. Well, now that you called me out, I'm coming after you. Okay. Pun intended. Goodness.
Too slow.
Oh, anti-blip. Well, I guess we can go and steal all their stuff now. Is Kim? What are you doing?
Let me see.
Let me see what Kim is equipped with. Because at this point, we're at a point where we can just pick the enemy dry, get a whole bunch of loot. That's gonna be fun. You have the ice brand. Oh, there's 2 of you with an ice brand. Well, we only really need 1. We'll probably be able to buy it, so we can kill that guy. You blame the post-full moon levels. The... Huh? I wonder if we can just have Repin sit. Well, let's see if we can get a haste off on our allies. Let's see. Let's do elevation. That's gonna be easier for us, right? Oh God, for crying out loud. Gotta love the angle everything is at. I don't want to haste that guy. Or that guy. That would be a bad idea. Something hormones? Maybe something hormones. Oh no! What did I just do? Okay, I did absolutely nothing because I was hitting the wrong buttons. I clearly needed a longer nap. You know what? This is fine. Ramsey, just come down here. Actually, yeah. Just come down here, Rams. just gonna park it. We're gonna... I don't think I can get his bravery any higher than 97. Looking at it. Because I have been using steel and shout and things like that. And he's not getting any higher than a permanent 97. So I think that's where we are ending on that. Can we get rep into 97 though?
Hold nothing back.
We'll have to see. You know what? You can just kind of move here. Can you jump from here? That would be great. Not from here specifically. Come over here. No. Reset that. I don't want to actually go up in elevation. Because I'm going to be using elevation arithmetics to get the party. Oh. You bum. Fine. That's not hitting too well.
Ready.
Well, why don't you go ahead and start working on stripping these frogs naked? Can you get to anybody right now? I don't think you can steal from here, but I'll get you up here. Yeah, that's fine. Steal accessory, probably. No, we can't reach you. Okay. We're just gonna wait here then. While the frogs scatter. Stripping? Yes.
Give up! Such strength.
Blip. Yeah, go ahead and improve her speed. That'll help improve her success rate.
I cannot give up.
You're gonna hit, you're gonna use a potion, or you're gonna try to attack. Okay. That's fine. That's a really good weapon. We're gonna take the one that your friend is carrying. Your friend, Frog. Alright, well, Raven and Moose aren't gonna get hit by this, but that's fine, I guess. It's Raven, actually, that I want to be hasted. I'll get her in a minute. Actually... yeah, actually don't want to do anything for them, so... not Flare. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So I wonder if I can tag with this. Because we're all multiple of 5, right? Oh, so are they. You know what? He's gonna die soon anyway.
I won't let you down.
Just the thing.
That one was pretty good. Eventually, Raven's gonna level up, though. Which is fine, it's not a big deal. We'll come over here. Thank you kindly. You'll probably have the ability to parry from that direction, so let's get behind you. And let's take you up the rear.
Was I so weak?
You sure were.
I must concentrate.
We're actually just gonna
No.
have everybody else wait.
I must be decisive.
I'll handle this.
I guess we'll take your weapons. Excuse me. Or we won't. That's fine.
Look sharp!
Oh, Moose is actually hurt. I should get him over to Wolf so he can be healed. I'm just gonna do chip damage. Yeah, being a level 35 frog
No
isn't gonna do
turning
you
back.
any goods. Do you any good, not goods. We'll just come over here and hang out for a bit.
I can do this.
Really, I gotta go full throttle and it's still not enough? Oh, because he's a chemist. Maybe he's not getting any kind of bonus. This is fine. I'm gonna take your weapon. I'm gonna take your weapon. I'm gonna take your... Damn it. Oh good, the copyright claim on one of my VODs was released.
Come on.
So now if I wanted to monetize it, I could, but I don't monetize on YouTube, so it doesn't matter. It's more of a fact of making sure that it's clear. Let's get these guys up here, just so that they're out of the way.
Ready and able.
Let's kind of have everybody... Oh, hold on. Just sit tight there for a minute. No, we want you to wait. Steal. Weapon. Thank you. Boy, how long does it take to cast this? Actually, I want you parked here. What? Canceling magic's a name. If a unit's speed attribute is particularly high, its next turn may come before an ability has had time to trigger. Be warned that using another ability before the current one has triggered will cancel the current ability. Okay, good to know. We'll just use wait. Blep. Alright, I'm just gonna park Moose over towards here so that he can pick up the, Well, hang on, actually, if there's a possibility of a crystal. Arts of War and items. Whoops. Oh, damn it. He actually doesn't have anything. Yeah. Not even worth it. So, anybody can go and sit next to this guy until he dies, and hopefully he drops a chest. I'd like to get a second ice brand. Oh no, I must defend myself with mana shield. That 4 damage is fatal. I'm gonna steal your other weapon now. Damn it. Y'all are just making this take more time than it needs to. We'll stick you up here. I love how we've got a battlefield full of frogs. It's delicious. It's delightful. I don't want to use delicious, I don't think.
My turn.
Okay. Do I really want the other Kodachi? I guess I do. Nope, there goes haste.
Come on.
You're being annoying, Frog. Yes, let me revel in speed. Raise my speed, you useless frogs. Oh, no reaction on that one, okay. I guess we gotta get Raven's bravery up. It's probably going to end up taking Ramza and throwing him at 41, but meh, whatever. You just sit tight, Moose. Can you do that from here? No, fine. I guess we're moving you. Yeah, we got to get that up. While we got it. Oh, you get hasted? Okay. Oh, right, you leveled up.
Yes!
Time to prove my worth.
A fast frog isn't a
You
big...
took your time?
Where'd the frog I was working on go? Is it 6? The one that just got hasted? Yeah, it's you, right? Yeah. Oh, really? Fine. For crying out loud, damn coin flips. Yeah, make her speed go up.
Where to?
There we go. Now the coin flip slightly favors us.
Let me see.
Blip.
I must concentrate.
What's your reaction? Dragon Heart. Wait a minute, that didn't trigger. Was that a 3% fail? Because he doesn't already have it. Huh. Well,
Stay sharp. Onwards
goes.
and upwards.
Well, there goes the nice even level 40 level up, or arithmetic stuff, but it's fine.
Where to, then?
When does the corpse get its turn? Wrong button. At 10, okay. Are you gonna get... Who's gonna go afterwards, though? Ramza, that guy, and then those. Okay. We'll stick Ramza over there, I guess. Maybe. Wait, Ramza... He's only getting that turn. Okay, this is fine as it is.
I'll handle this.
What else do we want to steal before we kill you? Let's see. Grants immunity to silence. 80 HP and 50 MP is pretty nice. Let's see. Boosts and absorbs earth. Do we have any? I wish I could see our inventory from here and see whether or not we got any of these. Oops. Like, can't equip things outside of battle. I don't have a way to look at my inventory that I'm aware of. Alright, we'll steal your hat. Oh, well, you know, if you evade, you don't get the speed boost. You
Where
just let the
to?
frog hit you. Okay, let's take their clothes off. Ahem. Let's take their clothes
Ready
off.
and able.
Ramza... Okay, if you do another wait, when's your next turn? Need treasure.
My turn.
Can Ramza reach it? Nope. We can block it, though. Make it harder for anything else to get it. Rummaging for clothes, kind of. We'll go ahead and give them this a little boost.
You can do it.
We need 86.
Now. No turning back.
A platinum shield. Groovy. Really? Blip. Haste is probably about to wear off, isn't it? Dragonheart still didn't go off. What the heck? That should have gone off with a frog attack.
I'll handle this.
Oh, you're being a cheeky little jerk, aren't you? So I don't think I can do a steal from here, can I? Nope. Alright, well, it's fine. Oh, 39%. We get the 39% roll. Fine. Next. Who do we want going after that? We'll have Wolf do it, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, we might actually just work on getting everybody to 41 and then have them sit on that. Depends on what Raven ends up at.
I must concentrate.
Okay, I want to know why that's not popping off. So let's get your.
I must do all I can.
Okay, your bravery should now be at 100. So the next frog blep should give you Dragonheart, because that's your reaction. Just sit here and let the frogs lick you, I guess. At present, cannot move to any other tiles. Oh no, the frog's in the way. How rude. Well, we'll just have to wait for the frog to let us go. Oh, really? He can shoot this square, but for some reason he cannot shoot that square. That's cheap. Eh, whatever. You know, it's actually going to be more effective to have Ramza heal you. So, just sit tight. Actually, you know what? Maybe, wish there was a reason to build a few more characters in this game. I wish they let you use more characters. Like 5 at a time? I don't know, that doesn't seem like enough. Especially considering how many characters they have join you that were part of the story. Here's this cool person with a lot of neat abilities. I hope you don't have anybody else who's gonna replace them. You're lamenting being left in the dust. Yeah, I gotta get everybody else leveled up. And it's like, are there mods for this game? Like, is there a way to really crank up the difficulty and have 10 allies? Because that would be great. Because I've got Corgi I want to bring in, I've got you I want to bring in, I got Argok to Bard and then haven't done a thing with that. And we've got our dragon. We have Dragon Friend, who is just kind of sitting there and getting lots of scritches and snacks from everybody else on the sidelines. So yeah, I am wondering just how well, or just what would need to be changed to allow you to have 10 people in the active fight and still make it challenging enough, you know? Because by golly, I want all my friends with me on this, including my dragon friend. Oh well. Well, that's one way to knock them out, I guess. He's gonna move. I'll bet. Nope, he lands in 3. What do you got, buddy? You have a bow. What is this? Immune to confusion, charmed, and halves dark. Okay. Neat, I guess. Element wind, and that's it. Eh. You don't got anything I want to steal. At least to take time and do it anyway. Looking at the wrong buttons. Air knife. That's neat, but the dagger she's equipped with as, excuse me, has, defense on it, so. I guess we can steal your boots to get the movement and jump +1. That's kind of valuable. So let's start working our way over to this frog. What the heck? The reaction is not triggering. I'm very confused.
Come on.
Well, not that he needs the re-raise, but that does baffle me as to why that's not proccing.
I'll not waste this.
We shoot. Oh, we can't move either because of that guy. Gosh darn it. Yeah, fine. Oh, he only gets 3 experience. Okay.
Ready.
What was I stealing of yours again? Oh yeah, your accessory. For crying out loud, it's a 64% chance.
Be gone!
I guess we'll get you to 41 as well. Oop, sorry about that.
Just the thing. I've earned this.
We should probably get you out of this corner. We don't want you to get trapped by a frog again. Can you shoot that frog just to get a little experience?
A clear shot.
Pow. We're actually gonna move you out of the way, though. No rep deserves to be frogged. I have done so before on accident. But hey, Argog, welcome in. He always casts Frog in Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. We had on this battlefield, and I've been using it a lot too. But on this particular fight, he cast it once, and only one enemy didn't get transformed. We also transformed Ramza, but we were able to have Wolf undo that. But how you doing today, Argog? Welcome in. It's good to see you. There, geez, we finally got your accessory. Alright, time to move over here and start working on these guys.
My turn.
You're already at 41. Hey, ya Argog, and I forgive you. Wait, what? Did I miss something from Reppin's stream or something?
For victory.
Oh, parried. Do we need... Yeah, we need to do something. So let's move. Actually, no. Yeah, well, maybe. We'll move you over here, I guess. Who do we want to steal from? Bow, hairpin... That bow actually is not so great. Maybe I should have taken... you know what's fine. We don't use archery. Immune to stone and stop. We already got that stuff, so you're not really a good target. Sword. The circlet would be nice. I should probably get the black robe. Platinum shield. Maybe the shield. Definitely the circlet, though. I think it's this guy we want to really focus on, though. So I believe you have a weapon we want. Let me make sure that you're not equipped with anything that'll reduce that, though. Yeah, we're gonna have to take your shield first. And a crystal helm. We definitely want that. See, that shield parry by a frog is kind of what bothers me. So, we'll get it into a position where we can get it from behind eventually.
I must concentrate.
You just sit there. Reppin can move up here, and then just sit there. You need to move away so that you can hit the frog. Not much experience, but you'll get to level 41 eventually. There we go.
Ready and able.
Well, that's a KO. You know what? Let's just go ahead and use Fundaments. You get more experience. I can control it better. Steal your weapon, please. No. Blarg. Now, the opinions are very true just in Magic the Gathering. Oh, there were some shenanigans and some wrong opinions stated. Were they Magic the Gathering opinions, or were they something else?
No turning back. One for me. Just getting started.
Okay. We'll move you over here, and then you can just jump on whatever frog we need to kill. They were mostly Magic the Gathering opinions. They were very magical opinions. Okay, great. Then I've got no horse in this race. Gosh darn it. How hard is it to wrest a sword out of the hand of a frog?
Come on.
We will triumph. Now then.
I'll handle this.
There, jeez. Oh, you only get 4 experience for that? Really?
Ready and able.
Well, somebody's gonna go have to pick up the dead frogs. Guess we can have Wolf do that. No, let's have Reppin pick up the dead frogs. Really? That's... frickin' hell. The frogs are right in the way. Reppin's gonna have to wait to pick up the dead frogs. Oh, you already took the weapon, okay. What else of yours do we want to grab? Your hat. May I take your hat, sir? Thank you kindly.
My turn.
Oh, you can jump down there. I want Reppin to do that, though, in case he gets any castable... Well, no, those don't have castable abilities. There's just a couple of archers. Right? Yeah, you've got throw and jump. Aim and Arts of War. Yeah. We'll stick you over there to grab the items, I guess. Yeah, there's no particular need to have Rep do that. Do we want to take anything else of yours? Yeah, let's take your robe. I don't know that we have any of those. So, may I take your coat, please? No? Are you cold? You're about to be a cold, dead body. You don't give me your coat. Don't talk back to me like that. You know what? This is fine. Can you attack that frog? You can. Boy, guns have a hell of a range.
It's over for you. What say you now?
Okay. You're at 41. You're at 41. You're at 41. Everybody's at 41 except for Raven. Excellent. So we'll just sit tight.
Ready.
Where'd the frog go that I was working on? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
66% chance and we still miss. This is terrible. Well, you're not gonna get hit with Moogle. That's fine.
Fear not.
What the heck? Oh, sure, you can start working your way over there.
I must concentrate.
There goes haste. %66% chance my ass. Are we gonna care about any of these? Let's see. I do want to take some of your stuff. Should I get another gold hairpin? No, I'm not gonna worry about it. Can we give you another haste? Yeah, we'll haste that frog in the process, but it doesn't matter. The frog, what can it do? It can lick me. That's about it. It can blep me for 2 to 5 damage. Did we take your coat yet? No? Freaking hell. Thank you. We'd like to move on today. Frogs can lick you? Did I hear that right? Asking for me. Well, I mean, that's the animation that they're doing. What am I stealing from you? Shield first, then your circlet, and then maybe other stuff. There we go. Alright, that way we don't have to worry about being shield blocked.
Come on.
I must be decisive.
Oh, you're gaining all sorts of stuff. Okay, hang on. We're gaining Hummel, Tangle Vine, Rend Helm, Vertical Jump +2, Aim +3, Aim +4 Brawler. Where the hell did all these things come from? Like, these are not things that you can see. Like, it has... Apparently this guy had monk levels, even though he didn't have any monk abilities equipped, which is a little annoying. You can't see these things. Yeah, I get licked. Okay, well, Wolf is gonna learn all these things. Let's steal your hat.
Where to, then?
Don't mind if I do.
I'll handle this.
Let me see. I must concentrate. You'll soon feel better.
It's kind of fascinating how Moogles are considered an extinct
Ready.
species. Did I steal your coat? Yes. Do I want to steal your anything else? You know what? That might be helpful, so... Why not? Oh, that had a 100% chance to work. That's great. Okay, well, you're naked. Actually, let's come up here.
Ready and able.
Let me just make sure that I didn't mess up. Platinum sword might be alright. Okay, we'll take that. We'll wait to do that.
I'll handle this.
We'll take your sword. Oh, that was a jump. That was fun. There we go.
Come on.
Oh wait, you know what? We need you to get a little bit of experience just doing things. You're a little behind. We need to get you to 41 before we wrap up. I might have to have her actually beam party members to get experience. So let's stick you down here so that you can get beamed. And look this way.
Ready. Farewell!
You can just sit
I'll
and wait.
handle this.
Yeah, you should be able to get the level ups off of some stealing. You have a shield, you do not. Okay. What do you have? What do I want from your body? Oh, you're just... boy. Okay, hang on. We'll go ahead and take what you've got left, I guess. Eventually.
I must concentrate.
Lep. Equip crossbows. Sure, why not?
Ready.
There we go. Okay. I wonder if we'll just go ahead and... Because most of these are almost... Yeah, they're ready to go. We'll have some people pick up the And I'm just gonna have you Bean Moose. 84 damage, yeah, that's not bad. There we go.
Another step on my journey.
Okay, now everybody's at 41.
Come on.
Yeah, we'll wait until we got that frog taken care of before we do anything. Oh, just a treasure chest? Okay. Did it even have anything equipped? I have no idea. Here, we'll just do one of these numbers. There.
It'll take more than that.
Now it works.
I must concentrate. Still in the fight.
I don't want to risk a crit. The only problem with Forbidden Dance is I could undo Toad. We'll just have you wait. Oh, there's the ear knife. Okay. I guess if we strip them naked, then there's a 0% chance of them dropping any of their equipment, so... it's fine. Alright, well, who do we want to have wrap this up, then? I guess I'm not going to be too worried about abilities. I don't know if that's something that, like, you should be doing, is, like, waiting for everybody to drop their crystals and then steal their abilities. What did I say? Oh, about stripping them naked? Sorry, I don't remember what I say. Like, after it leaves my mouth, it's, like, gone out of my brain. Yeah, we've been stripping them naked. Look. See this frog? This is a naked frog. We have stripped this frog naked. This frog is not naked. What do you have? Mithril bow? Oh, you've been stripped 5 times by now? Well, why did you turn the hot blonde into a frog first? Because he was our enemy. Now, if he'd been our friend, we would have stripped him naked and then turned him into a frog. Wait, what? No. That doesn't sound right.
No turning back.
Blep. Very happy level up frog. With 8 hit points. Well, that frog is about to expire, so we'll get its abilities.
Come on.
Who do we want to give the abilities of that frog to? Let's do Wolf.
Where to, then? I must concentrate.
Oh, you freaking dropped a treasure chest.
Where to?
So we really do need to strip them naked if we want to have their abilities. That's how it is. Alright, such as it is. Naked get abilities, no frog.
Count Orlando, plot against his lord. No, the church must be behind this. The situation grows more dire. We must act quickly if we are to stop this battle.
They don't look so good.
What's happened here? You're unwell. What's wrong?
You are unwell. That's a funny thing to tell somebody who is probably bleeding out. Rip to those guys, yeah.
My chest. I cannot breathe.
Oh, that voice actor must have taken a few takes to get that one. That's, that kind of gasping is not exactly easy to do. It's not easy on the throat.
Be strong. God's preserve, what ill magic is this?
It's fart magic.
They have befouled the air. A poison extracted from moss fungus spores.
Lord Brother!
I will be well. The antidote wards off the worst. I worry only for the Duke. Where is he?
Would that I knew. My search has yielded naught.
I am here.
Your Grace, are you harmed?
Well, I think he's been farted on.
Someone! Summon an apothecary! At once!
How do you feel, Your Grace?
Every breath is like choking on water. And my head, it is as though it was split in twain. But the symptoms seem to subside. I just need some time.
I see. Unfortunately, time is one thing you do not have.
What? Oh. What are you?
Dice Dog!
Be silent, brother.
You've betrayed me. You killed your father to gain control of your house, and now you have killed me.
I'm sorry, the way he said that.
Is this poison your work as well?
The place that my brain goes is the CDI Zelda games, and the one, if you're familiar with it, kind of familiar. You've killed me, and then Zelda, good, and gives a goofy grin. If you have not seen the speedruns for the Zelda CDI games, go and watch them. GDQ did one at some point some years ago. They are an experience. Highly recommended.
No. No. It is a gift of those who would see House Bael take center stage.
Why do this?
Duke Larg was slain in battle. It is now left to House Bael to carry out his wishes.
This... You go too far.
Well, at least one of these two guys have some, maybe some sense of moral values. I don't know. Everybody, it's like they turn out one way and then they go another. It's, I don't know.
This dagger, place it among the corpses. They were assassins sent by Goltana. You understand me? Yes? The die is cast.
I mean, you could do the same thing. You could stab him in the face.
Lord Brother!
He's not. All right. Moving on to the center. Actually, I will be right back. I just need to make a quick stop to the water closet. Okay, I am back. Thank you so much for your patience. Let us go to the sluice, and then after that, I imagine it's going to try to surprise me like it did before, and maybe there's going to be a battle with a boss that's going to be cheap like there was before. I don't know that I trust this game anymore. Oh, for crying out loud. It's splitting up the group again. What are we looking at? We're probably looking at people along all this stuff. Whether Ramza is actually going to end up there, who can say?
I shall do my best.
I will do my utmost.
To battle.
Understood. At the ready.
Oh boy.
Of course. The sluice. With the sluice open, the lake's waters will flood everything downstream. Battle will be impossible.
Oh, is this a hit the button thing? Open the sluice. Okay.
Where to?
It would have been great if it actually told us where the objective was. That would be keen. Is it that button that guy's standing on? I'll just go ahead and do that real quick. Oh, everybody's gonna move. Okay. I
It's
may not
now
get
or
a chance
never.
to find out who does what. Oh, crap. Freaking archers. Oh, good parry. I love the Dragonheart reaction. Uh-oh. Hi. Ooh, you do a lot of damage. Good parry. You're gonna cast something. Feraga. Okay.
Leave this to me.
How are we to see the sluice opened? Ah, I see. We've only to pull the two levers located at either end of the gate. This will be no simple feat, though. Our foes will stop at nothing to protect the devices. We must act with the utmost caution. My turn.
You got a lot of rend abilities. So I'm very happy that he's got Safeguard. Fundaments, huh? Oh, you can do Rush. Faith status is potentially a problem. It does it as a buff, but that doesn't mean that we can't get hit by it either. No, I wasn't done yet. What do you got? Red Helm. And a Phoenix Stone. Red Armor. And Steel Hat. Armor and Speed. Weapon. Artemis Bow. That would be fun to steal. Well, the mages seem like they're the biggest threat. I mean, everything's a threat, but they seem like they're the biggest threat. Yeah, I kind of figured parry was going to be a risk there. Well, let's see what we can do here. Let's see if elevation is going to be our main thing first. Oh, damn. Not great. Alright. Well, it's gonna be a little random then. Oh, jeez. Well, if we do multiple of 3, that would be good for us, but... multiple of 5 gets some of them. Wait. What's our level of multiple of? Is our... oh, our level is a prime number, that's why. Okay. Not really an easy way to take care of this. The last battle went so smoothly. We just turned everybody into frogs, and then it was sort of a instant win. They're gonna make us work for this one. Let's see if we can just get that mage taken out that's in the middle of casting. This is going to hit so many people, but it would also debilitate our entire group. Yeah, we wouldn't really have a way to respond to this because anybody who could undo it would not have the ability to fix it. Which is really too bad. I think this is going to be as good as it gets.
What say you to this?
That's the one we needed. Do you have anything worth stealing? Not really. If we move over here... Oh, that's not gonna do what I want it to do.
Time to dance. Did a pretty decent job. 5 of them. I'll handle this.
Who are you gonna hit? Ramsay. Okay.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're using aim. Okay. Run, my little froggy. Let's see if we can catch any of the others. Prime's not gonna work. That's the one we just did. That could potentially get a few more. I missed on that one. Missed on 2. Shield parry, damn it. Maybe we'll try it again. Wait, did you not? Oh, we were right. I was being a dum-dum. Alright, do you have enough power? Or do we need to do more of this? Nope.
What's my next move?
You're only gonna tag Moose with that?
It'll take more than that.
We've already got that enabled. Yes, run, little frog.
I must concentrate.
You know what we can do? Let's just heal. Because that guy has not taken any damage. So, will serve as a bit of a block. I mean, we're not blocking anything. We're serving more as a red herring for the archer, I guess.
Follow my lead.
Probably should have moved in front of Redmond, but I don't know. What can you do? 5 again. Not bad.
Ready.
Yeah, you're gonna go down after Rep. He's got a shield, so it's fine. Actually, I should get his bravery up so he doesn't have a failure chance. Oh, you cast fast. Oh, nice shield parry.
Leave this to me.
Oh, nice shield parry.
No.
Let's see, was it multiple of 4? Didn't know you could block lightning. I didn't either, until it happened. 1, 2... Where's the third guy? Oh, he's on the switch. Okay. Let's try this again. Miss. Cloak evasion. Cloak evasion. You fucking bastards.
I can do this.
No turning back.
La 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 la.
Imagine you can use cloak evasion on lightning as well, because it's been evading frog. That was largely misses. Yeah, we only got one person that was a frog. The frog just wants to be at home.
We can win this.
Who are you hitting? Oh, Ramza. Okay. Jerk.
You don't have me yet.
Where'd I got that turned on?
Come on.
Well, we can do this. Raga, okay. Go at 6. Yeah, they're not going to be able to move until then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta get his bravery up. I don't want that 3% chance of failure. Not bad. That hurt. It was rude.
I must be decisive.
Put you at 13. He goes at 8. It's too slow. Still not great.
I should heal.
My turn, is it?
No turning back. Let me see.
He's not going to get his turn. Could turn that toad back to normal, though. Oh, hang on. He needs to move before I forget. This one hasn't been hitting. Well, maybe we can get the mage. I really don't like leaving that archer, but we'll try it.
I have you!
Parried. Yeah, they keep evading.
My turn.
If we do this... That is 60. That is also 60. Meh. What do I want Ramza to do? What do I want him to do? Because he's the only one who's going to get a turn before that aim goes off. I don't think he can do anything to help Wolf out. Alright, we're just going to get this up.
You can do it!
I don't want to worry about that 3% fail chance. Yeah, Wolf might end up going down. Depends on if he parries. We'll see what happens. Nope. He does have re-raise, though.
I'm not long for this earth.
Let's just go ahead and exploration again.
I will endure.
Can you jump from here? You cannot.
No time to waste.
Thank goodness for mana shield. Getting them down.
We will triumph.
Let's see. Let's see if we can tag that archer back there. Because the mage is no longer a problem. Wait a minute. That does hit the archer. That will only hit the archer. Because the mage is going to go down anyway. Wait a minute. Nope. Oh, the frog was hiding. It was trying to trick me. No. 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 Let's try it.
May you suffer!
There we go. No more archer. I don't care about you. Hey, we finally got you turned into a frog.
Where to?
You're dead! I can't go on.
I must concentrate.
What do I want you to do? Let's just go ahead and do this real quick.
How are you faring?
The extra mana isn't really going to matter, but... yeah, Wolf should no longer be in danger. We do need to get Moose pulled
Now
back
then.
for some healing, though. Can you do this from here? Yes, you can. God, 104 seems so terrible. We'll share in this, though.
Look sharp!
That's one way to get it off the switch.
La 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 la.
What are we looking at in terms of speed? Ugh, 6? Four. Gonna head off to bed. I can definitely understand needing to get some sleep. Have a good night, Kebasagi. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And we will catch you later. Nighty night for now. Down to 6. Down to 6. Down to 5. What the hell were their speed at? We're down to 2. Down to 6. They've been getting hit by this multiple times. What did they have? Like 11 speed?
Come on.
Yeah, you've got a shield. I'm gonna get you turned into a frog. I'm gonna have her start sealing.
No turning back.
Let us see what we can do. It could turn that one back. What are you? You're one of the archers. We need you to stay as a frog. That doesn't even target anybody. Well, we don't have the option to really do that then. Oh, I didn't mean to haste the frog, but it missed, so it's fine.
I'll not waste this.
Aww. And maybe we'll try it again next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get a couple more slow dances in. Okay, good. That's one of the people I did want to get hit.
I must be decisive.
Oh. I don't know why I was thinking that That did 50. It does 30. Never mind.
This is my fight.
What are you gonna do? Oh?
I will not fail.
Well, that's
My
not
turn.
ideal. Salve only works on adjacent, yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to have Reppin do healing then. That's probably gonna be a parry. Yeah, 45% chance. I don't know what to have you do right now.
I'm depending on you.
We'll have him increase Reppin's speed. Oh, crap. Oh yeah, he didn't learn the good spell. I think that's gonna hit the frog as well. Well, that frog is already fully healed, so not a big deal.
My thanks.
I am grateful.
Cheers for that.
Ready.
You know what? 20%. Ugh. Well, let's give it a shot. Yeah.
I'm ready.
I think that water's gonna be too deep, isn't it? Submerged one, yeah. Why don't we get everybody together? Everybody's frogs except for like a couple of guys. We don't need to have the party split.
Ready and able.
Oh,
Not
shoot.
bad, eh?
Nah.
Let me see.
I really don't want that frog to turn back to normal. Ooh. We've got just the right set of numbers.
I have you!
Oh. Well. It didn't quite go according to plan because I didn't see one of them. Oh well, it's fine.
I must concentrate.
We'll take care of the archer. Come on, Moose, let's go take care of the archer. He's about to level up too. We're gonna lose our easy boosting for math, but it's fine. Now can you steal his shield? Wow, a whole whopping 2% better chance. Jerk. Actually, no, I don't want you standing there. Get you out of that mess, so that the archer can't get you.
Right then.
Yeah, hit him instead. Hmm. That's gonna end up hitting him as well, but yeah, we'll deal. No. Yeah, well, I guess we can throw that on Ramza. Is anybody else gonna get it? No. Ah, phooey. No,
I
he'll
shall
get a
give my
crit
all.
at least.
A proud moment.
Come on.
Come hither and let us take this archer out.
Now! I must keep at it.
Where to?
For crying out loud. Yeah, sit in the water where frogs belong. Okay, so those two must specifically be set to always sit on that switch. Just to serve as controls. I need to get rep into 42 somehow. See whether or not we can get the archer yet. The archer's gonna die, but... no. That doesn't seem to hit anybody. Blah. Oh, I don't want to haste the archer. Phooey.
What the?
No, let's not take you over there yet.
Ready.
It's really hard to take that shield. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. I'm sure Protect won't
My turn.
decrease the chances of that getting any better. Okay, Archer.
I have you now!
There, that takes care of that. Oh, there goes our haste.
No turning back.
What do you got? I don't think I have any worries about loot in this, do I? Luminous robe? Not really. It'd be nice if we get the hat, but I think we've already got one, and I was sort of iffy on it. Because it's speed +1 and, like, magic +1, which is fine for maybe Wolf. But I don't think it gives much in terms of MP, so not great. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about equipment. Let's just get you clobbered, shall we?
I can do this.
He needs his MP restored. So let's go say hi to Ramsay now that the archer's gone. Give me your shield so that we can stop this song and dance. Oh, freaking hell. Do I gotta take your cloak first?
Come on. Stay strong.
Yes, flee, little froggy.
Ready and able.
Oh, time for the other meds. I do wonder, like, if I knock out the other knight, if it recognizes this as a default win because of all the frogs. Kinda doubt it, though. I'm gonna wait.
One for me.
Just make it so we can instantly KO things. Okay. Alright. Stealing your stuff is just a right royal pain in the ass. Oh, a treasure chest, okay. Don't take it.
Too easy.
Oh, don't parry. You can just wait. Get a little more MP back. No, let's move back down here a second so that I can see everybody a little bit easier. $278. I wonder why that did 470. Can magic crit?
I must concentrate.
That was a mage. What are you wearing? Not wearing anything that should have made fire more... Shouldn't have made you more vulnerable to fire. Unless the black robe boosts incoming fire, ice, and lightning, which would be absolutely awful. That would be terrible if it boosts both incoming and outgoing elementals for fire, ice, and lightning. That would be awful. It would also make that one thing that both boosts and absorbs earth kind of neat, because then it would do like more damage, but it would actually be more healing. Well, anyway. Go pick up this item, would you? A wizard rod. Okay, well. Where are we at in terms of levels? You're at 42, you're at... Nah, look at the thing. You're at 42. You're at 42. You're at 41, almost 42. You're at 41, you got a bit to go. Alright. We're gonna have Raven... Gosh, we don't have anything that Raven can do to get to 42. Not without taking a whole bunch of time. Really? Fine.
I must do all I can.
No turning back.
I'll handle this.
Give me your shield! Oh, fuck you.
I must be decisive.
Be gone!
Well, this is the end.
Wait a minute. Oh no. Now the frog is like, I'm gonna defend this switch with my life. Okay, we have to wait for the enemy to die before we can sit on the switch. So yeah, we've got a few turns. Dedicated frog. Yeah. Maybe it'll move off. I mean, either way, we're waiting until... Oh gosh. What is that thing's... What is the guy's speed? I may have hamstrung myself on this fight by reducing everybody's speed. What is your speed? 4. Oh no. Oh no. May have made a mistake. Well, let's find something to do while we wait for this guy to rot.
My turn.
This is like a 0% chance. It's like, can we like pick up the body and just move it a little bit to the left or something? Increase her speed. Oh, she didn't react. Damn it. I need to work on getting her bravery up. Wait a minute, did that thing not get a turn yet? No, it didn't get a turn yet. Alright. Oh, we do need to get him to level 42 though, so let's go ahead and just do a quick summon. Actually, do I not have Bahamut? Do. Why is Bahamut only 30? Cyclops is 31. 62 versus 60. Oh, okay. Why is Cyclops better than Bahamut? Area of effect 4 tiles. 3 tiles. Huh. Strange. You've got 73 MP. Yeah, that's great. Let's go for it. Bah. Oh, we can't reset your move because of mana font. Fine. Let's see what Salamander looks like. I don't want... do I want to kill the frog? I don't want to kill the frog. I want to give it a chance to move. Actually, no. Let's do you from behind. Don't take that out of context. Or take it out of context. I'm not your dad. Freaking cloak evasion.
I must concentrate.
Stronger than ever.
No! The AI is set to replace and sit there if one of them are dead. Can we lure you out? If I do this and turn this way, if I show you my ass, will you move out from that switch? Oh, why do I suddenly have a 43% chance to steal that? Let's also have you show your ass, Reppin. Come on. Is it because your hit points are low that you're just, like, not taking the risk? That's probably what it is. Oh, you can't reach there. Hang on. I think I know what the AI is doing. Oh, nope, no, not there, because then the enemy can't go there. Submerge 1, does that mean you can't jump? Oh, I guess it's submerged 2 that you get totally submerged. So, let's do one of these numbers. Get the other frog.
Come on.
Come on. Ow. That means we're gonna have to take this guy out too. Damn it.
My true power.
It's over.
There's
I
still
can
one
do
more
this.
living frog though, so I don't think the AI is gonna get off that switch. So, yeah. Oh, fuck you, frog.
Now.
My turn.
No, it's just gonna sit there. Alright. Well, at least that hit.
Let me see.
Aim +5. Sure, why not?
I must concentrate.
Do we have enough speed that we can... Hold on, let's do this from the rear. Do we have enough speed that we can Steal his shield now. 45%. There. Okay. Now we can take all of his stuff. We'll do that before we finish killing him.
Come on.
Where to,
It's just gonna sit there. Well, it's gonna sit there. We need to wait anyway. Oh, well, that's kind of pathetic. Bonk. What else you got? Let's take your hat. Actually, let's take your cloak off so that we don't have to worry about that evasion anymore. Good. I wonder if it's how much more speed you have than your enemy, and she just needed to get hit a few more times to get her speed up. Maybe that's why she was having such a hard time with stealing. Meh. Oh. Whoop. Blep.
Now.
Weapon parry? You jerk.
My turn.
I swear. All these additional layers of parry, but they don't seem to benefit us. No, no, no. It only benefits this one freaking frog. Oh my god. Okay, I guess we'll do one of these numbers.
I must be decisive.
Actually, well, yeah, we're gonna have Wolf get the Mage's Crystal, if it's a crystal that drops.
Where to?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Really?
I must concentrate.
Oh, you can't get there from here. Oh, that's awful.
I can do this.
Shockwave, Torrent, and Aim. Yeah, let's grab it. For crying out loud.
We will triumph.
I wonder. Let me see something here. No, you can't see what's in the crystal. Okay. That would be really neat if you could actually see what abilities were in the crystal and plan a little bit better, but no, it's pretty random.
My
Boy,
turn.
this frog sure is tough. Anyway. There, he can't weapon parry now. Stupid frog.
Now then.
I want you to get that one, whenever it comes out. Or it comes down. Do we have a naked frog? Oh, we gotta steal your hat. Jeez, this frog is getting desperate. Do we have to use a spell?
Ready and able.
I must concentrate.
Horizontal jump and equip crossbows. Sure, why not?
Now.
I don't like this frog anymore.
I can do this.
My turn.
Oh, that one didn't have any abilities that he could learn. That sucks.
No turning back.
Finally, we dinged the thing on the head.
No turning back.
Ready.
I must concentrate.
Get you out of the water.
Let me see.
Ah.
Ready and able.
I'll handle this.
You can move off. Nope. Your AI has you protecting that switch. When does that thing turn into a crystal? 17. Okay. Well,
We will triumph.
My turn. I must concentrate.
Where to, then?
My turn.
Where to?
Come on.
Raga, Blizzara, Blizzaga, and Poison. Yeah, he hasn't been doing a lot of Black Mage stuff, so I kind of wanted him to pick that up.
My turn.
Can you hit him from here? I don't know that you can. Oh, you can! Well,
Down with you!
there goes the frog. Okay. And it gives a default win once they're all down. So I was good to wait.
Right. All that remains is to open the sluice gates, and the battlefield will be flooded.
Man, the PS1 chugged when all that water went out. Yeah, there were a lot of particle effects. Did it have as much
Father,
difficulty whenever
we
there
come.
were any summons? Because there's a lot of particle and effects and all that fun stuff for that too. I seem to recall for Hungry Gorilla's stream, there was a lot of chugging for summons. Now that I think on it.
I trust you've been kept well.
Well enough, as you can see. And this must be Barbaneth's son, Ramza. How you've grown, boy. Still, I recognize you at once.
Have we met, my lord?
Yes, though I can't say I'm surprised you've forgotten. You're only a child of some 3 or 4 years at the time. You gave us all quite a fright trying to lift my sword. Your father gave you a scolding that left you in tears, but at least you weren't hurt. And now here you've come to rescue me. I thank you. There's no need to kneel.
The battle is ended, with only light casualties on either side. This too, thanks to the help of Ramza. We've managed to hold the fires of war at bay. For a time.
I'm going to agree with Hungry Gorilla. This outfit really does enhance Ramza's butt. Sorry, that's just a random observation.
I see. You are a worthy son of Barbaneth, young Ramza. There are many who owe you their gratitude, and I give it now in their stead. And mine with it, to be sure.
I do only what must needs be done.
I see your likeness to Barbaneth is more than skin deep. Your deeds honor him, boy.
Pray forgive the interruption, my lord. Duke Goltana means to execute you on the morrow. We should flee promptly, while the confusion eases our way.
It is as she says, my lord. We should continue this elsewhere.
Yes. Yes, it won't do for me to remain here with Goltana in this ill temper. Oren, I have decided to travel with Ramza. We must expose the Church's deception and put a stop to the High Confessor's plot.
Then I will go with you, my lord.
No.
Excuse me.
You will return to Zeltenia and see to the safety of Queen Ivalice. She is the kingdom's rightful ruler and must be protected at all costs. That solemn duty falls to you.
I shall guard her with my life.
Well, Ramza, I trust you've room in your retinue for one more, long in the tooth though I may be.
Technically no, but I guess you can take care of the dragons. They like pets and scritches.
My lord,
And snacks.
you appear to me as a warrior in his prime. It would be my honor to fight at your side.
Then let's away before we're found. I pledge myself to you.
I got the best character. Okay, we'll take a look at him, I guess, after this cutscene.
For the sluice to be opened when victory was within my grasp, I suffered a plague of fools.
You called for me, Your Grace?
Commander Hyrule,
You are to gather a company of soldiers and move against the northern sky at once. If allowed to regroup, they will force another impasse. That is unacceptable. The White Lion must be put down for once and all.
But, my lord, the water from the sluice severely hinders movement. Even should we assemble a company, we would be hard-pressed to contend with our foe.
What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. This is an opportunity we cannot let pass. What better time to strike than now, when they will not be expecting an attack?
I'm afraid I must refuse.
What did you say?
Oh, okay.
You...
No man would wish to see you king.
Oh no, he's leaking all his marinara sauce. How tragic.
Know that your death is not in vain.
The vanity would be in living when Saint Ajora calls me to his side.
Oh, so much sauce. Well, as he said, the
The
sauce
real
that's good
Count
for the
Orlando
goose is
has
good for the
escaped with
gander.
Ramza. This is as you desired. Yes?
It is. We can but hope that Ramza does not fail us.
High Confessor Marcel came forward with his offer to mediate a peace between the camps, but though their leaders had been lost, their capacity to make war had not. The High Confessor's offer fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, seeking to end the Church's machinations and rescue his sister Alma, Ramza and his comrades made for Marquis Elmdor's domain, Limbury.
This seems like an unusually roundabout way to get here. It's like, why is there no path leading through these mountains, but instead we have to go through these mountains? You want to climb those mountains? I mean, it seems like it would be a little bit of a shortcut. I don't know what these mountains are. But look, it looks like there's a little bit of a mountain pass, and, you know, failing that, we could always just follow the coast and go around. Oh well. Game? Can I not? Okay, fine. I guess I'll go shopping up here instead. Stop it.
Welcome. So after all in particular?
Magic stuff, okay. Yay for purses. 8 fluted pole. Wait, what? Standard attack effects. Removes poison, blindness, silence to... What? What is with this weapon's design? Are you supposed to hit your enemies with the stick, or are you supposed to hit your allies with the stick? Because this is attached to the attack effects. So I'm assuming it doesn't affect the holder, I'm assuming that it affects the target. So you hit them to try to kill them and make them better? Which, a healing staff that would make sense for. But this thing? What the heck is the point of that? I mean, if they are not already affected by them, then it doesn't matter, but I use Toad a lot, as y'all have seen. Because it's just a powerful way to permanently debuff the enemy if it hits. And then I am at leisure to do what I need to do, be it steal stuff or work on leveling up or whatever I want to do. So yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh look, we can buy Lambent hats now. But yeah, gold hairpin gives a lot more MP. We got 4 of those. We only got 1 of those. Probably should have stolen more, but it's fine. Luminous robe. We can now buy these. Wow, those are expensive. We will see whether or not there's... We want to equip those. Oh, we can equip red... Or we can buy red shoes now. That might actually be better for some people, though. Featherweave cloak. Just very evasive. Okay. Cool.
Would that be? Don't be a
Let's take a look at what we got. Actually, let's save. Hold on a second. Buttons! Hi, Orlando. I guess we'll put you over here. Let's take a look at you.
Preparations, is it?
You are equipped with an Excalibur. That's fun.
By all means.
I mean, I appreciate that he's the best character in the game, but, like... Everybody else has so much investment in them, and the way that I utilize my strategies and tactics, I don't know that there's room for him. We really need, like, 10 people in the party at once. There's just too many people being added. Inflicts silence, inflicts confusion. Oh, you can... Well, this combines the fighter's arts with Holy Knight stuff. That's interesting. MP, HP... Oh, it actually combines some of the Shadow Sword guy thing. Boy, it's just kind of a mix of stuff. Very interesting toolkit. But, yeah, it's, Well, I don't know that we got a place to stick him. I guess we could just take his stuff. While equipped grants haste. Oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, he's a very beefy fighter type. Can anybody else wield this?
What is it?
Yes. Ramza can. So, Ramza's gonna borrow this.
Hmm?
Very well.
I feel kind of bad that we're only taking the stuff, the equipment off our best character in the game. But yeah, again, I should feel bad. Well, who would I replace him with? Or who would I replace? Because in terms of fighters, he doesn't have the same range of movement that Moose does, or even Corgi. If I could swap him out for Ramza, there's a possibility, but I would have to give him monk skills. It's like, no matter how you look at it, you've got all these people with all these unique abilities. You're gonna have to sit and grind, and they're gonna have to replace the people that you've spent a whole bunch of time on. And I don't have time for that. He really doesn't work with the way you're playing. No. No, he doesn't. Maybe there are challenge runs or something where it's like you can't have anybody except for these special characters, and it's like the challenge is to get to them or something. I don't know. Imagine there's challenge runs that are like only monster friends, which, you know, dragon friends. And that would be kind of hard because, like, as the dragons unfortunately also do not match the styles. Like, they have charge and they have ice breath. They are really just for show. But we love them all the same. Let me ask this, Val. Because obviously, like, the way that I am playing is not matching what I guess the game is expecting when we get these characters in. So, what is the game expecting? Like, how is it expecting me to play to want to replace my characters with these newcomers? Is it expecting that I just should not have the abilities that I do? I kind of wish that I had tuned into more of Hungry Gorilla's streams, but I was trying not to spoil myself. Because I kind of wonder what she was doing. It would expect you to treat it like a combat engagement, a clash, without using slow 7 times. Okay. So, the game is expecting me to charge forward rather than utilize spells and debuffs and so forth, right? No, but it should be active combat. Okay. And I'm not doing active combat. I'm doing... What am I doing? I don't know what I would call it.
Right.
Tactical combat? Cheesy combat? I don't know. It's kind of strange getting this far and being like... You know, there are people who sing the praises of a particular character, and it's like, yay, you've got this person now, and I'm like, I'm not as excited. Yeah, it's fine to play that way, but it does trivialize combat somewhat. Okay, I guess that's fair. In a sense, I guess I'm more interested in where the story is going. Like, I'm curious to see what's behind the next page, and sometimes the combat feels like it's an obstacle for the story, but that's always been a thing with some role-playing games, so I just sort of have adjusted the way that I play them. I wonder if there are, like, tactical games that, like, kind of address that. tactical games aren't for everyone. Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy them, but like, I guess XCOM. Okay. I do have Do I own XCOM? I'd have to look. That is one of the games that were on the maybe list for streaming. How long is XCOM? Let me put it that way. Because every time I've run a tactical game, it takes like half the year for me to beat it. Who is our other?
You called?
It's long, but you can't grind. Okay. I'm trying to remember how I handled this for Bastard Bonds. Because that was kind of an instance where grinding was a little bit different. You're constantly making progress. Okay. So it's sort of like constantly pushing you forward. Bastard Bonds was one of those things where it's like, it's another situation where you're leaving pretty much most of your cast on the bench. But the way that the level up worked, it wasn't kind of like this. Like, if you were cycling people in and out, it was okay, but I don't know. I'm not exactly cycling here either. I've just sort of I sort of settled on a playstyle and tactics set and just sort of stuck with that. I found what works for my playstyle and then just haven't really adjusted beyond that. Do we have... You get that? Yeah, okay. Alright, Mastered Chemist. So I guess we'll go back to White Mage.
I have your support.
Do I want to stick him with the healing staff or stick him with the golden staff? We do not want bracers, though. In fact, let's get you some red shoes.
Welcome. Good choice.
Now that we can buy them.
This is your grand total. Most apt, sir. Will that be all? I await your next visit.
Alright.
You called?
He doesn't have a whole lot more that he can learn, and he technically doesn't need to learn. So this is really more for the boost to his magic points, I guess. I don't know if there's a different thing that he should be doing. Because he's kind of in the white mage and item support kind of field. Okay, real quick.
Very good.
Okay, he had the same amount of hit points. Oops.
You called? I have your support.
Okay. We'll stick you with the healing staff. Well, actually, no. It's not gonna matter what we stick in his hands. Let's make it so that at least you can beam things if you need to. I'm not sure about that particular decision. The healing staff is not gonna do a whole lot of damage unless I give him fundaments instead of items and like super boost his strength. But if I've spent that much time doing that, then he can just cast a spell. So.
What?
Moose, I don't think we need to do anything to. Well, maybe, actually, you got enough hit points.
Very well.
Oh, you got all that stuff. Okay, we'll go ahead
still
and work
here.
on this then. Is there another crystal shield? No. Diamond. That drops that to 10 though. Yeah, I don't wanna swap that. That's fine. They got a work email.
What?
I don't know that we want to switch Reppin out of his chameleon robe, just simply because it allows him to absorb holy. Let's see what benefits he gets. It's a pretty decent chunk of hit points, though. And I haven't been using holy the same way that I did before, so... Yeah, let's go ahead and give you... Well, actually, hold on. What is Wolf equipped with?
Hmm?
Gaia gear. Maybe we'll give him the Luminous Robe. It's a little bit less hit points. And there's no absorb for Earth. But it's a lot more magic points to work with in case it's needed. Unless we want that. Unless we want Reppin to have that for summoning. Yeah. Give that to Reppin for summons. He's probably just gonna get beamed with somebody and lose all of his magic points with his mana shield. But it's fine. Boosts holy, permanent haste absorbs holy. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we definitely want to keep safeguard on him then, so we don't ever lose Excalibur to a rend ability. Wonder how many people have had that happen. They get Excalibur and then some random Yahoo just breaks it because they can. Like, was this the real Excalibur, or is this an imitation? It's like, did you get this from a weapons catalog? Oh gosh, everybody really has fallen behind, haven't they? There's like a 20+ level difference between people. Seems like it would be stronger. Yeah. You would think. I mean, it is It is pretty good. Like it's got an attack power of 21 versus this is 8. The next best thing we've got here is 13. So, yeah, it's pretty powerful. Oh no, like it could not be broken. Oh yeah, yeah. You would think that it would be a little bit less flimsy. I agree. All right. Anything else here that we want to get?
Greetings, by all means.
This is all magic-y stuff, so I think we're good.
All that I'll...
All right. What do you got?
Welcome, or catch your eye.
Oh, what was that? Air knife? Platinum swords. Ice brand rune blade. Oh. Raises magic power. Interesting. Poison crossbow, hunting crossbow. Employed for hunting monsters, but doesn't seem to give a bonus to attacking them. Gastrophytes. The most powerful crossbow ever created. Its large size and extreme power generate heavy recoil. Okay, cool. We already have an obelisk. Okay. What do we got over here? We can buy crystal shields. That is nice. We can buy crystal helms, which is also nice. Crystal mail and then mirror mail. Grants reflect. Reflect is one of those things that I didn't really understand when Hungry Guri was doing this. Apparently, my understanding from reading the spell description is that it reflects it in a direction based on where it came from. So it's like, are you playing pinball with your magic spells if people have reflecting on? Is that how that works? And also, does it reflect healing spells? Because if so, that's a problem. I should probably just buy more of these.
Are you happy to thank you very... Are you happy? Many thanks.
That's going to be a little bit cheaper than using a remedy. Wait a minute.
May I be of file?
Wolf, do you have that learned? Yeah, you have that learned. Why didn't I use that before? Yeah. We have the ability to use it. I must not have seen it in the list. So, yeah, that was a dum-dum on my part. Oh well. That's fine. I'm not perfect. Okay, let's see what happens when we go over here. Probably a battle. Oh, a cutscene. Okay.
A flower, sir? It's only a gill.
Oh, hi.
A flower?
Yes, a flower. A blossomed bud. You've seen one, I'm sure.
No. I'm very sheltered.
Of course I have.
Well then, surely you could spare a gill for one of mine. They're quite pretty.
Very well. I have a flower.
Very well. I'll have a flower.
Truly? Oh, thank you, kind sir.
I'll buy your whole basket.
Few are inclined to stop in this squalid rookery, and even fewer buy. It is a harder life than you know. I always dream some charming knight will come galloping through and sweep me away from all this. Beg pardon, sir. I know there's naught you can do. I thank you again. May that flower bring you good fortune.
Thanks. Clearly alternate Aerith.
These times are hard for all.
Very cute. There's probably a battle there, isn't there? What do you got in here?
Greetings. After all in particular.
Cashmere. Warm and flexible woolen fabric is exquisitely soft to the touch. That's for dancers, isn't it? Yeah. Spellbinder. Interesting. You can hit... oh, this is a ninja blade. Okay, cool. Miramaza... Kiyomori... Yeah, if I was taking advantage of Samurai and Ninja, all sorts of options opened up.
Are you happy? Thank you for... Are you happy? Thank you. Are you happy? Thank you. Will that buy away?
Is the flower... Hang on, inventory. The carcasses, no. I'm assuming it's not like an accessory or anything. It's probably just something we carry with us, like a flag. Or a flag in the game, I should say. Alright. Well, let's see what's going on here. 11:30 is probably going to be the last thing we do. We'll have to take a look here. Oh, hang on. This looks like that place where... Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Let's put you
I shall
here.
do my best.
Leave it to me.
Understood.
There, and
Aye.
see what happens.
Forward.
Hi, people.
You want to pass? Pay the toll. Just tip us your gill and be on your way.
I can give you one. How's that sound?
And those swords won't be helping you here. Unless you wish to pay the toll in blood.
That's my favorite form of currency.
Do you flash that cap? This Cole's the heretic they're all on about. A bounty on his head so high we're like to need a ladder to reach the top. Why stop with the guilt they have on him? Nim their head on his shoulders and we'll have drink and malts enough for months.
Morts? Hang on. Context is required. Google, would you be so kind as to help me define this? The note sounded on a horn when a quarry is killed. It may also mean a married woman. What? Because, like, mort is kind of like death related, like mortal. A note sound on a hunting horn when a deer is killed. A great quantity or number. A great quantity or number of what, though? Okay. They're obviously being very stylistic with this choice of word, so whatever.
His clock is the one from the bills, and no mistake. I'm not much for headhunting, but Gil is Gil. Mill 'em, lads!
Come on.
Oh, right, he has haste. Do I have anything for you to do? Can I, like, pass your turn to somebody else? Well, let's see what we're dealing with. No, I want to look at it. Steel Gillen weapon. Good thing we've got the thing to prevent that. Doom Fist and Chakra. I don't like Doom Fist. You can throw shurikens, swords, katana, and poles. Red Helm. Aim to +4, Arts of War to rend weapon, and magic. Did I look at you? I think I looked at you already. Aim to 5, throw lots of stuff. Steel armor. No Phoenix down. Aim 1, Arts of War, nothing. You're kind of useless back there. Did I miss anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, no. Because I'm going to be trying to see if I can use,
You can do it!
Steel rip in here. I'm going to potentially need to use elevation for mathematics.
Ready and waiting.
Nope, nope, don't come down here. Oh, well, he's got mana shield, so fuck you.
Ready.
It's not gonna reach her. That's fine.
What's my next move?
You are an archer. Yeah, you're gonna do that.
We will triumph.
Alright, let's see what we're dealing with. And only gets a couple of people in, they're not terribly... Let's see if we can do better. I have to swing around a lot to see kind of what we're working with. It's a little annoying. Looks like 2 of them. Nope. This is probably what I'm looking at. Oh, everybody is on different elevations, so that doesn't help. Well, that's a multiple of 4. And we'll do this. Before we jump. Nah, phooey. Now we got one of them.
Where to, then?
Can you jump? That guy. Nope. You gotta move up a little bit more. You still can't. Phooey. Well. We should be able to get you before 8 lands. How much damage you? Oh. A gill snapper? That's a weird reaction. Hang on. What does gill snapper do? We might have him build up his strength. Upon receiving damage, receives gil equal to the amount of damage taken. It doesn't say that it steals it from us, it just says that you get gold. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Well, you know what? We'll come up here.
One for me.
Yeah, front.
I won't let you down. My turn.
Meh. About half of them. You gonna throw again? Oh, you see who the threat is.
No, not here.
I need a little bit more than this. Let's see, that hits at 14. I don't know whether or not that's gonna do what I want it to do. Those yahoos going first. It would be great if I didn't have to back all the way out to view the combat timeline. Yeah, you're gonna go again before that hits. That's the problem. How do I want to do this? I think we're gonna have to... Oh, no, that's not gonna work. Alright, we need something that drops before 10, and then Rams is going to have to do the rest of the healing. Ugh. 78. Well, okay, that's not going very well. When's, oh, that hits at 11. That's not gonna work either. That drops at 9. You're gonna dance at 8. Okay, well. New strategy. Why can you not? Oh my god. Do I have to walk right next to that guy to do this? Apparently. Reflexes. I need to know what that is before we do anything. upon receiving an attack greatly increases physical and magical parry and evasion rates and effective against certain attacks. Well, your evasion is currently 0. That hits at 10. This is probably not going to work either, but... I have a heck of a time targeting her. So I don't think Reppin can save her. I don't know if this will do enough damage to end it, or end these particular threats. Yeah, we'll try it. Oh. No, phooey.
Not bad at all.
No honor in defeat.
Damn my luck. I must concentrate.
Wolf should be able to handle this.
Thanks, friend.
Yeah, that potion isn't going to do a whole lot.
Doesn't look good.
Oh, you can use chakra. I didn't see that. Yes, run away, little frog. Let's see. Good enough. There. And Wolf could have served as a backup if needed for that. $224, he's got 228. He would have like 4 hit points that he's clutching to, damn it. Can you cast this from here? I don't need wall for that. Nope, you have to move closer.
I'll handle this.
Those archers are being very annoying. Now I have to move reppin', damn it. Oh, he's gonna actually take damage.
Ready and able.
How is there such a grand difference? 150%. So, okay, that's why. That would be why. Let's go ahead and knock you out then.
Come on.
Fall!
Why?
Only got one. Oh, hello. Ow.
I will not fail.
Yes, yes, go and ribbit in the corner. You don't have to mess around with the camera, damn it. Let's, do this. Let's see. I don't know where I'm looking at. I do not know whether or not Flare or Holy is better. Is that only enemies? That is only enemies. Okay, good.
Oh, this is the end.
Oh, well, Moose just wasted a turn, but it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, shoot. Well, let's do this.
I must concentrate.
Let's see. I don't think you can. Yeah, we'll just do this.
Was I so weak?
Oh, nice crit. Oh, well, we don't need to do that anymore. I don't think the frog is going to have anything too useful, from what I saw. Yeah, go ahead and bleb him. We're going to steal ninja abilities and... wait, please.
Come on.
You're busy casting. Let me look. Hunting crossbow... Yeah, there's nothing here that's super useful, so... Do we want to get you to 43? Not yet. Oh, I could have stopped that. She doesn't need to dance anymore. That's just wasting time.
My turn.
Oh, you dropped a treasure chest.
I must be decisive.
Alright, I guess we'll do that and we'll take the frog out. A magic ring, whoop-de-doo. Frog's gonna move, probably, but...
I must concentrate.
When does he land? When does he land? He lands at 9? Jeez. Okay, we didn't do a whole lot to modify their speed, so... Alright, well, let's go and take the frog out. Oh, right.
I must keep at it.
Well, too late now. There. Now we've canceled it. I just swung there a second ago.
Now.
Come on, one of these have to hit the stupid frog. Okay. Jeez. Oh, phooey. All right. Well, we're at midnight, and I have to get into work to finish some stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and save. And we're gonna scoot. Let's go say hi. We don't get to raid this particular person very often. And he's been doing some cool stuff that I was kind of giving a little bit of insight toward. We're going to say hi to Satiated Guria, who is Hungry Guria's partner. He usually plays Car. So we're going to go say hi and watch him play Car. As soon as I get him preloaded here. I mean, he doesn't do ads, so it's fine. Where are you? There you are. Okay. All right, well. There we go. Oh, wow, that is going to be some fun stuff to look at. All right. Well, thank you, everybody who popped in to keep me company, following me along on this journey. As we wrap up for the night, I do want to remind you all that you matter, you are important. You are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.